The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. Like the green shoe that's on the hat. Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe. The window agrees. Its cracked smile is cold. There they both are, like two baby crocodiles. Good, they're...
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her. The young woman...
No. You're a police officer. So I'm not. You've been here for... Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drink.
The words have already left your mouth.
What was that? That's... Come on, man. Pretty, please. One more time. Goddamn right you did. You... Don't be. It was funny. And anyway, who gives... So what if you... It's gonna suck for you later when you have to interrogate me. And for the record, no. I didn't do it.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it. Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that, a carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied, then smoke them all. Good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now, but find cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man. A mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses. You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed, utterly, and it needs to be heard. Through a PA system, by other people, whether they like it or not. You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. Serves them right. What? You have to find something tragic to sing first, though. You have not yet stumbled on the... No. You have to find something tragic. A man, everything is cool between you and...
No, I'm not the bar. That period of I have 3 cafeterias to manage. She just, you know...
A competent work of taxidermy. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it.
Look, your buddy, why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to. He looks one on the counter, rolled out of his open hand. The man does not mind. You probably need. You gently shake his shoulder. A bespectacled man, as you approach,
Hello.
you realize he's waiting for your name. Concentration makes you squint your eye.
Okay. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to... Then we should ask him for... It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Good. But even if you haven't, have you removed the dead body from the tree? Does that mean the body... Sure. So, where it has been hanging...
What a shame. Get to it now. Rip that body down from the tree.
After it's been up in a tree for that long, any kind of ripping is inadvisable. I was sent here. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia.
He nods.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen office. If you need something for your headache, there is a general...
A painkiller would be good about now. This thing is pulsating, with the best cure for a headache is, of course, morphine. They won't have that. So cigarettes will have to do.
After you.
If you're about to embark on an investigation.
You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card.
Hello.
Wait, who's sweet?
Why, you are. And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
What was with that fucking wink? Seemed neurological. Central nervous system's really banged up.
I see you are still grieving. Well, I won't. You must forgive me. I'm Lena. My husband.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Whatever do you mean? Oh, no. I haven't smoked in years. Cigarettes are a luxury, sweetie. Besides...
Wait, maybe she knows where you can get cigarettes. Delicious, toasty cigarettes stuffed to the tip with love. You should find out.
You should really ask someone younger and more mobile, sweetie. Yes, dear.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use.
No problem. Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox.
She nods, but still looks worried.
You know where we are, right? It does still look like that. We are in a hostel called the Whirling. How would I even begin? I haven't seen... Speaking of history... That's right, dear. How splendid. Here.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there. Outside, the melting snow seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets, all the way down into the sewers. Above ground, the first May bells blossom. You can feel it.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What raised... Oh, no. Nothing like that.
I don't know. Still looks like there's a lot of hustling going on. Maybe she's wrong. Also...
It is quite disappointing. Yeah. Oh, dear. But we should stop for today.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are...
You didn't do...
A sigh.
But maybe a defeat, I'm afraid. The people... It has something to do with everything. Someone...
No.
Of course. Then, of course, dear.
The man...
Mr.
Yes?
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation.
What? What is this? A joke to you? Is this what you...
Sir,
Yes, of course.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene.
No,
Do you have her number?
as a matter... What, of Martinez?
But you still know...
Yes,
I didn't imply that. Detective. I have everything.
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would? I don't know who killed him. What are you, crazy?
Suddenly you tense up. Blood is being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard, the prey drive says.
No, I didn't. I didn't. I don't appreciate this. What is this? Do I have to answer him? Is this mandatory?
The lieutenant stands motionless, his expression unreadable.
What are you, an idiot? I told you I haven't killed anyone.
He ignores you. More. Press on. Push through.
Fuck you, man.
That's enough.
That's a real pity. Behind this... That's easy. See that door there? She went away because none of your business. Oh my God, what is your obsession? She went away because... Does she? Maybe she does. Maybe she pertains to the apocalypse.
Thank you.
Is it? Because I thought you were supposed to be investigating the lynching, not my employer conduct. Good for you. Was there something else? She went away. Does she?
Thank you.
Is it? Because... What?
That's good. But there is a timetable for this investigation, dictated to us by the stages of decomposition. Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Feminist. You owe me 130 real.
One moment you're running like the wind. Then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger, furiously, with both hands. Why? That's true, yes, and it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on. You and your fuck you fingers floating in the air. Barkeep's got his mouth agape like an idiot. You showed him.
Watch out!
Everything goes dark.
Back so soon? Admit it, you just missed the quarter light, the darkness on the edge of town. I was wrong to let you go. I should have kept you here. Is it bright where you are? Is it terrifying? Have you felt the love?
It doesn't look so, sweetie. Are you okay?
No, you have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you have strained your left trapezius muscle. Pain surges down your back when you move.
Chair took the brunt of it. Don't worry.
Are you sure, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Check on him.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place. The drinks are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window, though. That's 100 square.
With your back against the cold mosaic floor, you feel the pain recede. You just need to get up.
Not entirely cool. You still owe me 100 real. And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria. Why did you say that?
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place? A saying, up on Marvel Hill, a great high place, one that is impossible to climb back to.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent. Ah, if you insist. What do you want to know? No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow.
Something the matter?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control.
That's correct.
That makes him a Beano-clad, completely uncop material, if you say so yourself.
I can assure you, Detective, that I've passed all the required physical exams within the last year. Can you say the same?
You may not remember taking any little tests, but
Just because your precinct has a reputation for cracking skulls doesn't mean that's the only way to solve a case. Was there anything else? Good. Let's change the...
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that? Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your...
you've got guns of steel and a chiseled jaw somewhere under the bloated alcohol layer. Maybe she'd like to sponsor you. Try to force a tear out of your duct. Really rip into the whole emotional aggression thing. Despair creeps into you. getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people of a particularly challenging district.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the...
Hello again, sweetie. Yes, officer.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say. She nods, but still looks worried. The man with the...
Mr.
Yes?
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 50.
Are you kidding me?
Right. Now,
No,
do you have her?
as a matter of fact, I do.
You said you...
What, of Martin?
But you still...
Yes.
I didn't...
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
Mm-hmm. I have everything.
Yes, yes.
He thinks you're stupid.
I don't know who killed. What are you, crazy? Haven't you asked me that already? Okay, you got me.
Thank you.
Is it? Because I thought you were supposed to be investigating the lynching, not my employer conduct. What? Is that so? Mr. Feminist? Behind this bill. That's easy.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making...
Haven't you asked me? Okay.
Thank you.
Is it? Because I thought good for you. Haven't you? Okay.
Thank you.
Is it? Because I thought you were supposed to be in good for you. Haven't you asked me that? Okay.
Thank you.
Is it? Because I good for you. I don't know who killed.
The lieutenant turned...
Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Feminist. Oh.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary...
No, you don't owe me street cred. You owe me money. You can't arrest me. I haven't done anything.
Did someone order a vague, farcical reading of the law? More than one pops into your head.
Ha! What in the name of God? Okay. I know what is going on.
41.
I'll call them for recompensation for the room. But you still owe me 70 for the drinks and the window. And I do not think women are mentally inferior to men. The Langer does. Fine, I'll take it off the bill. You want to sleep in a post-apocalyptic shithole? Go ahead. Don't thank me.
That's enough now.
By the way, where is... But you've been at this hostel camp in time? Or that doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. You wait for a minute or two. You ring the doorbell. An off-key melody starts playing.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore.
A single beep indicates you ring the... What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode. All you hear is static. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked...
Yes, hello. This is Tracy Peniel Electric.
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder, a receiver.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look.
It's you. My God.
Who cares that you don't remember her? No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been...
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like...
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic. Silence. No, silence. Silence. This button.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably...
No. Hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteria. This trash container is locked. The sliding, there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or... We might want to ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for...
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
I'll die before I... Murder was the case they gave me. I'll die before I... What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face! You got done!
I'll die before... You don't want to...
You can...
I'll die before...
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack. Because it's nice and orderly, well-laid pallets, easy on the eyes, rhythmic pattern, calms your mind. No, there's more to this. You get this strange. Hard to say. It's gone now.
Kuno's.
If there ever was such...
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing.
Shit coming up strong. I mean drugs.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding at sea.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces. You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit. The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got. Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. I don't know. Mesk or I don't know. Some other place.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's...
Don't tell him that, Kuno.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's city. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's not lame.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno's city, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone.
He's trying.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Looks like you're a fagari now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic.
You're testing Kuno.
Get lost,
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Yeah, her. What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in... Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind.
There it is. That strange feeling again. As if there was more than meets the eye about that pile of roofing material.
The fuck are you talking about? Kuno doesn't know what handed gimps they were.
Trying to get you to talk gimp, Kuno. Don't talk.
The fucking well. The fuck are you talking about? Ask me a normal question, pig.
They're trying to make you feel stupid, Kuno.
You glance again at the roofing material in front of the shack. Yes, you should go back.
That's just some shit roofing gear.
There it is.
In an eye. Fuck are you talking about?
They're trying to make you...
You glance again at the...
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig. Fuck does Kuno care about your hunch? That's your shit. Don't be wondering about... Of course you do, fuckface. Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
Look at... Fuck does Kuno...
The lieutenant...
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't...
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it? Your test...
Get lost,
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck... Yeah, whatever. Kuno's Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Yeah? Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda.
He lays the names out there with pride and precision, like cards on a table. Right.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pig's in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
No! Get off Kuno, you sick...
The nearly psycho...
No one? Kuno's doing this because...
This is where Kuno establishes change of plan. You can't let that happen.
Help! The pig's gagging him!
You put him up to this.
Listen to your friend.
Yeah, we're all in it.
The lieutenant...
Help! No one?
This is where change of plan.
Help! The pig's...
No!
The nearly psychopathic...
You...
Listen to your... Kuno owns the fat ass. Help! The RCM is... Help!
He's having the time of his life.
He's flashing Kuno. Fucking logical. Help! The logical pig is fiddling Kuno.
You didn't shut him down. Your fat fist didn't meet its target. Instead,
Kuno can't believe this shit. Can no one stop the Kuno? Pig, Kuno thought you had this. What happened?
it's safe to say he has established dominance over you.
Fucked your shoulder, fucked your knee, fucked your fat body up!
The creature behind the fence makes it it's a dry laugh. Mirthless. She's not even...
Kuno made you his fucking...
The lieutenant isn't laughing at all.
No.
Yeah, you deserve...
Oh God, do something quick. They're gonna start that again.
Yeah,
Oh God, do something quick. They're gonna start that again.
Kuno's just gonna beat the shit out of you again.
I told you not to tempt such forces. Now, how about we go and do something worth the public's time?
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected, more fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within. Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't, there's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the...
Pretty clever. There he still is. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because it's nice and orderly, well-laid pallets, easy on the eyes. It reveals no secret. This Postlavantore mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with... There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the lever. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Yeah. Scream all you cop suffers. The corpse uses a cargo belt twists his
Active.
He's about to blow! Cop!
The smell. Too late. Until a pool of vomit.
Keep it. The hangover, if you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. There is Frit. There's a greenhouse.
Pretty clever. An inconspicuous pile, because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? But
This post Levanto. The box seems happy. The worn and beaten wooden planks.
we can sit on benches.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I... We don't see a lot of police around here. Of course. What can I help you with? Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least...
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow. Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see? That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you. Glad to have been of service. Now you know the locals are keeping tabs on you.
Of course. Where to? What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements, the harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. Some shops and a bridge, the just coast. There's a little fishing village. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay. No problem. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here. I don't know anything about that.
Pig is a widely used term for members of the... Even if she didn't write it, she should clean it.
Okay. Sure. I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave... Of course.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with.
Sure. Keep them.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
The tear machine stands.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside. You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them. Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with their logo is the bloodless rose.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. I don't know. Let's see. I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to you. No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything. Saint Baptiste, you know. Saint Baptiste.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, The company derived
Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere.
a colourful display of cigarettes and out there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol. The beauty, the truth, the poetry of it all.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that. No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says. The pale age vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which make you know. I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. Welcome to Frit.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
She pops her The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half smile.
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra T makes it.
The story goes that normal Fritta with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when
Okay. I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't, not really. No. I don't know, really.
No need to worry.
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality.
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the classroom question?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. Yeah, that's why I'm working my arse off in Frit. So I guess, like, that's economic. I don't know. I don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
We're in Frit? As mankind, or...
What will her essay prompt be?
in a good place? I mean, science is doing great, and this radio computer thing seems to be kinda big. I don't know. Cool.
Bastards! We have a right to...
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. The photo, an ambrotype. From the turn, it's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter. Some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your... Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is grey, like no response. Wherever this woman...
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Why?
old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "Art, what did he do?" High above you, the king stands.
Yes?
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
You sure are, my man. From another planet. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout. Everyone's a critic, man. It's okay. I've been here a whole... So tell me, what do you need? He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff. The man taps his fingers rhythmically again.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks, work or anything else. Us lorry drive, not my thing. It's like some pretty wild stuff I hear. Like a giant new power crane and half the company. I forget what exactly. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side.
Anything else? Us lorry, not my thing. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. They usually get shipped to Grodd and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while...
The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any more. The bosses, man. Dunno. What you need? Oh.
Time to relax. He's merely...
Ha! They usually get shipped to Grodd and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran, not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically. Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
You really are the law, aren't you? I get that being bluntly observant and inquisitive comes with the territory, but it's certainly...
Just like that, he slips out of your reach. It is possible.
Don't be a stranger.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back...
Honey, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
See? You're munching and complaining.
Ah, mon Dieu.
I hope you pass out from it. You goddamn jellyfish. Men
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. Doesn't matter what team. Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky. This felt wrong. Wrong like touching your sister's breast. You threw your sister.
Mon Dieu. Good job, officer. That was an excellent throw.
There are no two more harmful words an athlete can hear than good job. And this was downright embarrassing.
What are you talking about? You just executed a pretty much perfect pétanque throw.
How are you ever going to get the officer's shit off your nose, Gaston? Or even climb out of his ass?
The man in the uniform says nothing. His merry partner is staring at the ground. The lieutenant is looking at you. His face is expressionless.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting Martinez. The cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. I am merely stating that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men remaining headstrong. Making tough decisions on the spot, or even tackling physical obstacles are a few examples of such. I don't want to get into this argument with a police officer. Unfortunately, I don't. In Martin, cop is a...
He doesn't know about...
I'm confident they are in this... I am merely remaining heads. There's no point in getting angry at nature, officer. This is just the way we are... Yes. The terrain here, but... no. It was left by heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital. Sadly, no. It was... It should have fought...
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
This place is a damn beachhead, son. They didn't do it because they didn't like it. They had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the proceeding.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris, the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the...
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south.
Probably some kids.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. So many walls all over Mott. The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the same
Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Like what? I was rarely enjoying talk. What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. They come here in the evenings.
He hates the union, but grudgingly recognizes it.
I don't. I'm simply providing a service. Or
We should find out who this Lord faction is. We don't.
There are these things called days.
what are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. What?
You feel like you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Mine? No, it belongs to the whirling...
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That...
I thought as much.
Well, yes.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes. Absolutely.
You wait and see, cafeteria manager. Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sir. This trash container with a well-oiled crack. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like it. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk, an egg rest with one broken egg in it, some pasta wrapper. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste Soleil cereal. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the... Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there?
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste. Drip.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But
all right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno?
See? Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key.
The lieutenant nods. You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man, only in its social sensibility. It's just organic waste. Nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple bit. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out four.
Officer, is that your paper? It is. Look. The plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Understood.
Be untroubled. If anything, this small moment has made him respect you more. The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
You said you didn't want to talk about the ledger. However, now that you have it...
Look, see? It's...
You belittled yourself before the Kuno. Now you must seek his forgiveness.
Fucking what pig? Yeah, how are we gonna make it up to Kuno, pig shit?
A material offering is implied. He wants...
Please, don't waste time.
The lieutenant does not approve.
Don't listen to the blind fuck, piggo. You're doing the right thing here. You can pay tribute to Kuno with drugs, or cigarettes, or some wheels. Kuno could use some wheels.
Please, don't waste...
The lieutenant...
Don't listen to the... You can pay tribute...
What are you doing? No, you really, really don't. That is...
You don't fucking matter, buck imp.
But why? You're turning this into a huge thing. You're totally unraveling, officer.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
Activity.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now.
The weight is reassuring, like a cren.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder. That's probably a good idea. You need to get your shit together. Then the world will turn away from you. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now. Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
What's the ledger you found in the trash? A pitiful cabbage. There's a piece of toilet paper. Or is it cleaning tissue? It's a metaphor below the pathetics. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. If you want it to be kitchen tissue, still wet, the toilet paper, I mean kitchen tissue. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your...
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has...
Maybe yours will have how many cases, how many years you've been...
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have had lights tuned especially to reveal halogen.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the...
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag, it's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Blue. The blue heart. Something rattles inside, ever so permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across ink. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files, commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. That's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close. There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event. The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an ammo belt. It's downright incriminating. He has little choice but to give you one, although he really does not want to. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them. Absolutely motionless at first, then animated slowly, imperceptibly even. The lieutenant begins to browse. The threat has passed. He is thankful it has passed, and that he's gotten to keep both pens. Onto the paper with a brash free hand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality.
No, actually. Any ideas? Yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger, they're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were on this case. So, do you have something less funny? Okay. It's a good name, but it has one problem. This case has nothing to do with the setting sun. At all. Something more concrete, perhaps? Do you have something concrete?
Usual is boring.
Furies. Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife. Could you make it less...
Yes.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out. Yes, how very childish of you. In your and my defense, almost everyone in the RCM uses the titular system, in addition to the official alphanumeric. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching, then rip them from the binder and hand them out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is... You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out, but they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form, waiting to be filled in. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers. What delicious power hid within this pathetic mess. You feel better. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copy of paper. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to... You don't exactly close them. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene. Followed, why yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Feeling isn't really the jurisdiction we're in right now. Probably for the best, because HDB feels like bad news. It takes about half an hour to piece one together using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just the only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in it? Can you keep yourself off the street, threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes? It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and he must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious. He came at us, and at us. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The words just crossed your mind somehow. You see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade card. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers. It smells of chewing gum. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please. A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol.
Let's go.
Frisson covers your entire body, a feeling of cold. Your hands shake, holding on to it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sand. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, no, hold on.
There is nothing. Again. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, that's me. Blue eyes, that's who was what.
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it.
The call when you're dead.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now.
Oh, but you are. They're pouring something on you. Something in you. It's...
Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water. There is no use arguing with me. You will die if you don't. Drink.
There really is no use arguing with him. This is him exerting the reserves of authority he usually withholds. You can't eat. The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. 10 minutes, maybe. Good. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
It's just a racist. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going? But it was... inexplicable feminist agenda. There is something you need to see, sir. We found the remnants of an ancient artifact lodged in your hypothalamus. It is a cylindrical object, piss-weathered and smelling of liquor. The paint is peeling off, but you can clearly make out the letters Revolutionary Feminist Agenda on the hull. It appears that some time ago, before you became a joke, you were an actual feminist. Somehow you've come to that conclusion. Perhaps you can work your way back. Before you stands up. This must be the... In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio...
All right. Ready?
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than... The dashboard lights up. The lights unfold with a little click, casting...
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? You don't. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 100. The last row has 3. That's it. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer. In the Kanamas, a rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman in the middle of a broken plaza in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime. 2 men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city.
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here. Oh yes. Coal City.
All of them worse than here.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? Fair point. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of... Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it. There's no trace of guilt in his voice.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for it. The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine, sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good, vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
No, I'm just a regular detective, thank you very much. Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path to the...
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. Man down. A trooper has been left behind. You could swear it's more of an instinct than any...
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of... You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance, over the container yard. The look in his eyes is a mix of the engineer-like interest and the wonder of a 6-year-old seeing a horse for the first time.
Yes, that's one way of putting it. It's certainly an impressive achievement of engineering. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops.
The cloak looks like a bag of...
What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the industrial harbor. They're bound to have information for us. Or it could be that we are just exploring.
He's thinking you've forgotten where you are again. Nope. No. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're...
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle there.
Hello again.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper. The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would...
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container, despondently.
Thank you anyway.
I think fugue states are more your forte. Yes?
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent. You immediately feel drawn to the color. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel. The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it as a side investigation. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Gorancy Quebec. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He looks up at you, then looks up. Shrugging is an international sign for no. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots. It's almost like music.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Oh, yes, that door. Sure. There's nothing mysterious. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. Or some boring story.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference.
Fine, okay. A little. But my job doesn't leave me... So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100... Yes?
On the counter, roll. The man does not mind. You gently shake his
Have you come to make your...
right through you with his white eyes. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
They do after 7 days, yes.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, this is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch.
Could be. The shape of the branch...
The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing? Okay, you should ask me for one the first moment we get. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel.
A small bell-like sound fills the air.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate.
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us. It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that, for a full set, about 4...
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 rial, unadjusted for rank.
By catching, do you mean, let's not log them as evidence?
What was that about the constabulatory before? You need to push some buttons if you want to recruit the lieutenant in a conspiracy.
So they don't get shot in the foot? I think our extremities are fine without a dead man's boots.
Oops. Well, no one said it would work. Back to detecting now.
The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
A good point. He could have been intoxicated, or something we can...
What was that? Was the lieutenant just impressed by your unintuitive guess? He was. Why else would he call it a very good point? Does this mean you're a very good detective?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report...
He's not actually sure of that. He's just been...
I agree. This equipment is way beyond...
This feels dangerous. The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward...
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Pull his head off. There's no point performing an autopsy if you do. We'll have compromised the coroner's case.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take much more. Being dead for a week has all but liquefied his...
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? This is not the enemy. This is the deceased, the victim. That doesn't mean anything, detective. Besides, there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused to his feet now. Why do you think the locals haven't scavenged them yet?
You're sure there's a way to peel them off. But first, the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels...
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
The cadaver slowly an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading his corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak.
I have only a cursive knowledge of the science of cybernetics. I would not know if it were. But it's not quite complex enough. I agree.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it. Here, a souvenir. Don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milky white and blind. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode. From the organic processes underneath the curdled meat, there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
I'm gone. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about Joe. A killer. A motherfucker. Go ahead, Cobbo. Into the wild, pale yacht. In the past. Way out in the west. Maybe I was getting my rocks off. It's a mishmash, Copperbolo. You think I'm Messinian, don't you? For you, this is how people from... No. My hair is too light a shade of brown. My eyebrows, too. Trust your inner racist. You think I am. You think I was a racist because this lump looks military and has tattoos. That's called profiling. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you? Captain Coppodromo? I fear we are drifting away.
He didn't choke himself. You know it.
What do you mean? It's the power of your... imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You fucking because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Here you go, you loony. Because you have. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You might be onto something there. Do I remind you of some?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure I got out of that one, Coppellini? Because you have. Because you're lost, Coppo. What do you ask me? I'm a joke. A killer. Go ahead. In the park. I'm a joke. A killer. Go ahead. What do? It's the... Go ahead. What do you ask me? Because you... Do I remember?
A child born with...
No, not quite. Be fair now. Sure I do. Maybe I was getting... I know what this... Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled...
So, what do you think? I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently. His personality is no longer a part...
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes. Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the... Agreed, especially on the neck. Everything here seems to corroborate. Agreed. There's always a chance. Agreed. Yes, there's always a chance.
The pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe.
The pool of...
The victim...
The fuck he's...
Talking...
Did we? I don't feel...
The pool of...
The victim...
The fuck...
talking about? Shit.
Malicious laughter erupts. The lieutenant's face is made of stone.
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our job.
Stop talking and...
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up, brute.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
Of course. Come back.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the...
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits...
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs...
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle-loader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age.
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped is...
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way. Someone else?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they?
No. Think of the boys from processing as murderers. Only instead of people, they murder crime scenes. Processing is a wrecking crew. They know how to commission off items. And I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have... It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks here. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you.
They only have...
Oops.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs.
Officer, why do we only have one gun? That is even more unfortunate than the badge. You need to contact...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani poika! Take it and shoot yourself!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is...
The fuck are you waiting for, Coop?
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least...
This isn't mere boundary pushing. There is a true suicidal rage in the kid as she's provoking you.
Do it! Set me free!
You feel as though it would be dangerous to set this creature free. To...
Don't.
Do it! Put it right here, Mulko!
Intense shit, copper.
Could waved his gun! It wasn't in...
Your field of view, the slow move as you wait. Your breathing slows down.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now? Fucking... Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that...
The lieutenant takes...
Fucking pussy
Didn't shoot me. There is sincere disappointment on her face. This kid was
We need to access the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools. I did not want us to be indebted to Everard Clare. I wanted us to be able to deal with it ourselves.
You need to suck my...
The leader of the Union.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white. As you narrow, this is only the lower extremities up. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
Yes? What do you want to know? 3 days ago, the RCM emerged. During that time, the victim had been... They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using... There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM. Okay, well, we are police officers. It is good.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it? What? Bitch! Do this shit again, and Kuno knows where you sleep, but you and Kuno are good for now. One word's out of...
You hear the Kuno?
And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get... Shit. Get the fuck out of...
You can't do that.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, to the both of you, watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck. It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hang.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag.
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno...
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that. Don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secret.
Yet, that conclusively explains how the coat got up there.
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just got Kuno knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, pig. Not every...
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. The fuck do you want? Good call, Pigmeister.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But what?
Fuck you, whisper.
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you...
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She smoked a man.
Stop talking to him. Kuno, I'm fucking warning you.
She understands what you're...
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno... Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song Crazy People.
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered cutler, Isola. You mean evil little red-haired people?
Surois? Like that man from Shelmdall shit? She could be.
Revachol does have a small Suarese community, or she climbed into a yakberry crate.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. Yeah. Snuff radio shit.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with... Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right.
He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. I knew you pigs were too naive for this shit. Good thing Kuno's got her under control.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you.
Kuno, there, that's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah. Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got... Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark. Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out. I dunno. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under a pile of clothes, like a dog. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno S, two of them.
'Cause she fucking looks like Kuno. No one knows her name. Kuno told you, this shit was Psycho Killer. How's Kuno dealing with this? Kuno's dealing with it just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with this, waving your gun. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen. See, it's Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her, you wave your gun around her one more.
This is what it all comes down to.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck. Alright, now we can do business. Yeah, what do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Oh, don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See, relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then that's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded. Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Dirty Popo Man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed. Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revish.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revish?
Like half. A baggy, but like...
That's half a gram, sir.
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not? Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant, grade A.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Okay, Kuno's listening. Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key. So you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side, bang on the door then you go to room 12 and kick down the door. Police violence style. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here? Okay then.
Kuno doesn't fuck. Have you come to make...
Can't believe you didn't take the
She continues to be.
Have you come to make your...
Please don't waste...
The lieutenant.
Don't listen to that. You can pay tribute to Kuno.
Please don't waste time.
The lieutenant.
Don't listen. You can pay tribute.
The dented yellow. There is a hollow, saddened. Your toe has suffered.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box.
He does not actually think it's cool. If anything,
I don't.
He must see the box. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of a metallic drawer.
Take what you need, officer.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work. The pull-out tool, the frequency, the soft...
This is Precinct 50.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Sure, officer. What? Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully
The International Collaboration Police, ICP.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with...
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly,
Why not?
What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't bring Gar in. I already said I don't want to talk about it. No, not me. No, sorry. I don't. Not people don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the union's.
So the union has a phone, and there's one further down.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union... Oh, no one calls the police. You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take...
Legally, no. In reality, yeah.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
I don't know what to tell you, officer. Yeah, go on. You mean, why did I...
Why not?
That's just... You know her.
You think you hear a sliver of accusation? Don't be paranoid. She's...
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay? Maybe, I don't know. Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and... you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making...
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple, and... I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the..." Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next. There is silence on the other end of the line.
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, it almost looked like you pawned. Please, no. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone, you were waving...
Oh, you know, some poor sod was trying to eat his...
Me neither. No, please, no more suicide threats.
There are way more inventive ways than a gun to leave this world.
No idea. It almost looked like you pawned it. Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working.
I'm not mad, it's just... you were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that." I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids. Well, you were worse than all of them. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of... We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it to hell with that song. Then there was your room, your project. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. And then you screamed something about how you're actually a real cool guy, and no one understands it. One of the coolest guys there is. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill your... No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. No, I was actually flattered.
There's a pause. You can almost...
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the... Okay, but please don't mess it up. All sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock. Which one would that be? Sad? I think the one you mean is the smallest church in San Sans. Butchered that right up.
Interesting. You hear a sigh of relief.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a second, officer.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cube. The man uses relay.
10-4 message received, 10-5 relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir.
But you said... never mind.
10-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 1022 the captain.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
This is Communication Officer Jules P. You mean your partner? Over.
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Vicmar, sir. Over.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before.
Oh goddamn it! Is he fucking kidding?
Satellite Officer Vicmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the...
Mullen dicked us.
He's asking you to stop.
Of course it's serious.
Satellite Officer Vicmar 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost...
He lost his badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his...
Sergeant Orson wants to know...
Oh, fuck. Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his phone, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do.
Satellite Officer McLean request...
Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
It's a single-shot Kiel A9.
Says it's a Kiel 9mm Armistice.
Armistice? What, is he a fucking... Clearly he doesn't have his Villiers anymore. Dear God, he lost his gun? Oh, this isn't really a lot.
Mac can face a giant of cocoa.
Oh, I can't. Fuck.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over. That's a negative. Not going to say that.
What's he saying?
He said he sodomized your mother.
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my... Tell him to apologize.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. Over. Mac, he says you shouldn't have antagonized the Firewalker in the first place.
Who?
Satellite Officer V. I'm afraid he might be referring to himself as Firewater, sir.
Firewater? He's lost it. Fuck it.
Satellite Officer V. 10-4, affirmative. Officer in...
Oh, God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. 10-4, I hear you.
What does he want?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything.
Alright, that's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. Anything else, sir? Over. Okay, 10-4, sir.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question. 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
What? What is it? What can he...
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics. What? What is it?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force. Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over. 10.
You probably don't want to continue on this road.
No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that 10-4.
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our war?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the air.
For God's sake, cut this shit out!
Sir, satellite office. So, was there anything else? That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over. Understood, sir. Over. Roger that.
18 kilometers to the south, the small room is filled with...
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He's lost his badge and his sidearm. He seemed confused, delirious even.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently...
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded...
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is.
We must help him.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink?
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words. This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain. Or anyone else. We'll get...
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got...
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? No, and I doubt they'll get back 57.
In the cabin, you see as you tap on the gauge.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmer.
Hello again, sweetie.
Can I help you? Wait, what? But what about the bird? Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing. You broke the skewer!
I assure you it was him.
It's as if he can't decide whether to be angry.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer? I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying...
A tender type of hope. Something
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me? Really? I should give her a call then. Thanks, I guess. Was there...
Or can you give him a moment? Somehow you realize this is not going to net you any professional...
Another thing. Great. Yes?
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember—
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
The lieutenant exhales, and you sense slight embarrassment for the outburst. Or is it pride?
Whatever you say, officers. Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that... God damn. Thanks.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. 2 months, maybe. But this here is just apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had...
Look, as detective. I come from a long line of lorrymen. Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, picked apple.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter. Had a royal life. Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. Trusting... it's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the race. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like, I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books, huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe, huh? When members of the superior race cease to be... This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kips are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring. Don't push your luck, Runt.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to...
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups. It's your ascension. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the...
Right to work! Right to work!
Rights of people. right?
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if...
Maybe you should ask them the questions. We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men... Why don't you go arrest them instead?
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least...
No! They will give up eventually. We were promised work. Main gate's locked. And I don't mean the scrawny mess... Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks...
It would be better for the neighborhood.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in...
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market. When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for others. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights. Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. You trying to meet their fat boss? I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him.
What are you talking about? I'm not...
Yes, he...
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the...
We are not picking a...
Pity. Let us work!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Have fun. I know nothing.
The mention of a kid...
Wouldn't put it past these... Right to work!
Why not? I see numerous reasons not to pity.
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long... What's it to you? Big mess, caused by union greed. But I own... We're all workers, right? Worked at Territorial. Uh-huh. It was a long...
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's...
A kind of a worm. Content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If they We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all...
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever... Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for... Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. That's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing either. I don't even know what day it is. Body still hanging in the tree? Hey, that's a rough pickle. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the... I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage.
Beneath the jolliness, if it's so simple, why did the scab leader warn you of the guards blocking the way?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead? Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right, then press the button to unlock, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible. Not yet, no. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Sure. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out. Oh, sorry, friend. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do. Comes naturally. Right, always glad to help out. We're on the same branch, you and I. Not like, you know, serious.
He's a chatty guy. Once.
Body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm.
We still need to get into the harbor. We need help with...
Your body continue. What is this androgynous display of sexuality?
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erratic. Your own heartbeat in your ear.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in... This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible soul. Yes.
He means alcohol.
Correct. My smalls. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and their Rolam Al-Ghul have fed your people. Go on believing in it. Why don't you have another drink? Your features are not yet congenitally...
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
This is going well for Measurehead.
It's not good.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al-Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of your Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one. This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative.
Enough with this begging. You should leave this. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street. The walls will be lined with bottles of all.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. Well, not as such. What you do with a mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then...
You are obviously a liberal, Sailorite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied your... There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant. A common a receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clothes. You know them by the names of their nation states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the König.
Mahoon is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people of Katla, like the Suru and the Uhu, are in some municipalities of Oranje. People do wear shoes made of wood to street parades. Green or...
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity, and the Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have Type A race propensities. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their... As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are on the indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Simonese inhabit the southern islands. I am Simonese, from the stock of Ulmbuir on Ile de Fonton. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ile Maran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Ile Marat to Ansulan.
Wait, didn't Ile Maran desert pygmies invent alcohol and get pillaged just a short while ago?
No, those were scimitar-wielding race losers of Zahrava, Izet, and Bashir, with their Himmi servants. Big difference. The Areopagites were fast.
Jean, baby, you're on.
I know, babe. The Areopagites are sleek, long. The latter is perfected and adapting.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Koikos and the Vashot.
The Koikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Chest et al. Are what you would call white officer in a suspect description.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking Al-Rul and smoking the degenerate tobacco herb, and for eating potato. The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into microscopic ethnostates.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semino-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Simonese and Areopagite stock. The Revacholians, halfway between Type A and the Racial Cauldron. Too mixed to know right from wrong. You try.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over. Like a fever dream of skin hair. The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zarath-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness. Appréhendez this. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals. Enough of Tibet mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is Mesk and the father Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site. The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists, this will never happen. The Simonese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito.
There is a strange sadness in his tone, a less than heroic melancholy this time.
The heart that pumps the hemoglobin is mysterious, and so is its dark will. Enough of these personal matters.
He does not seem angry, nor does the woman look affected. She just twirls.
You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved. We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously?
Lost, though. Buckled away at the last gate. I cannot possibly imagine what they are. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has also to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and idiotic communism is the single greatest contributor to your race descent. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine? It is a shame upon. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race. What you need is to come to terms with extinction and never getting that dead body down from the tree.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be the...
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. A protruding occiput.
The lieutenant does...
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He's still... Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any. You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. Your racial heritage is uninteresting.
He does not so much as glance at...
Stop showing me your pathetic...
He had nothing to do with it.
There is nothing I cannot possibly imagine what the... Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent. Don't wait. You've only got a millisecond. He's coming to. Oh God, wrong move. Your head is in his hands, like a pair of forceps crushing you. And you
say it. I am a degenerate drunk.
You were. But then you made a wrong. The compression is unbearable.
You are a poor player of physical chess.
Just like that, the man is reeling. The man lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he's still As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses.
Looks like you're the new measurehead now.
Her voice is surprisingly.
No one is the new measurehead.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. What are you? Deaf? They're perfect. Like rockstar politician and drug addict. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't force us into situations where I may have to shoot random civilians. I'm not even sure the one bullet my chamber holds would even prick that Hulk. We are not here on some political quest. We are here to solve a crime.
The lieutenant, that's right. The man is still.
Knocked him out good. It's that really cool flying Desperado spin kick. So, what's on your mind?
Went native on the chief, huh? Those ballerina antics were reckless.
Should it? Let's talk about our right to work. What's it to you?
No, don't.
The man has turned his attention elsewhere.
You raise the sand.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his.
The driver has adorned his space. A lorry stuck in the traffic. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicines.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste. Okay, here. I hope. Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no.
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle there.
Hello again, sweetie. You know where we are, right? That's right. And we're in the... Yes? How would I haven't... Speaking of history... That's right.
Her relief is palpable. She was outside the...
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more... Actually, we are not. Oh, sweet... Revish...
But they...
Oh, dear. But we...
She's scared.
You...
Aside.
But maybe...
She means this since...
You did...
A sigh.
But...
She means this since...
Someone...
No.
Of course.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't... Forget about the bar. Or don't think calmly. The lieutenant...
What are you doing? We should move.
You could definitely go for some more. The titillating scent of out... The worker. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from.
Can I help you? Do I have a shaker in my hand?
He sounds irritated. And it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing.
Am I wearing a little Am I smiling? That's right. I'm the...
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you...
Like what?
sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. A postcard is a...
She is unfazed by your questions.
That is a book. My pleasure. Okay, sir. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse up. I'm signalling that the store is open.
A sudden gush of wind turns the page.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds... Mum says it's peachy. She was a...
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir.
It does not manifest itself in it. No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about? Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me. Maybe I can tell you about some of our books. It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides it happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself. Those are unhappy books for most of the pages. People say that's really not a proper romance story. I guess, yes. That's really not in romance books, sir. These are about nice. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. No, I don't know. Yes, she knows books.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain? You clearly have issues.
Maybe some about other books? Crime fiction?
Crime is what we were solving.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to... You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head, yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books. Oh, kings and queens in general. I think that's why people read.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Okay, sir.
You fail to deduce anything substantial. She waits intently.
Come on, anyone would notice that.
The display rack is brimming with
Oh, man from Helm, Blood and Violence. What does it matter? If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Helm Dalaman.
rows and rows of maybe 100, not even close. Man from Hjelmdal in hell. Man from Hjelmdal and nothing of interest. A small mountain of colorful board.
Wonderful board games, sir. Browbritter is...
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends? It certainly feels like whatever you are will die with you.
Don't be so hard on yourself, sir. For playing with friends, I'd recommend lousy auras there. I've heard they turn people into...
An endless There's also books in a book. There's a box. That price is steep. But then it's the 3rd edition mega set-in supplement. So it makes sense. A small mountain. This bookstore is not strictly about crime. Amidst the these 3 things are very important to the point of the book, and many others. It serves wholeness, unity. When it's up to your mind to heal the book there's even a chapter on the ancient Serais. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this? The throbbing in your head increased suddenly, as if out of nowhere. A small green book becomes apparent. The book contains very little explanation. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies. Or, for example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venek. It is, and good for the circulation too. It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged. Among other benefits, it is alleged to that seems improbable. For general health and well-being, this is exactly what you need. There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligation. You close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Several maps have been attached. The maps look old and faded. This large map, ozone, Laurent disintegrating into meth. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, radiating outwards from you. You can, on Caillou, lost little pearls of light. 850 million people live on these little dots. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosigns and connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulinda, you have little idea what they are. Distant stars, perhaps they are gods. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella, Huron. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait, no. Coal City is worse. A charred limb. No. It's not really a map. It's a tourist. Still, it's detailed.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other 2 are not for sale anymore. And they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up.
The place does not look like a successful...
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame.
Several maps have been attached. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda. A map. Slowly, you move your hand toward the map attached to the...
Perhaps not. It's against RCM policy to defraud small business owners.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
The worn map features the patch. Your finger moves, finally. plaque on the shelf read?
I would say the book is also very certain.
You feel like you should get this. Browse sudden high speed next.
I really.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
These shelves are
You're a
crime. These what's not a single mention. You see, a killing is declared. Oh no. Turns out he faked it. Yes, tragedy. Come on.
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not that interesting.
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it. You see?
Gosh, why?
A very fucking dangerous case.
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so...
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who? Your attempt to grasp at the answer.
welcome to Be welcome.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times. I am.
She has fine-tuned her voice.
Cursed? Who said...
What in God's name is she talking about? Doesn't feel like it's...
Goodness, you were already... Everything...
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants...
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings... But you don't learn about the important... I provide a valuable... The truth is available if you just...
She smiles and nods.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't... Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10...
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she...
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. Mind your own business.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like good, sir.
Such criminal behavior.
Those countries will really...
Yes, we've had quite enough.
The woman before you. Hey. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building? So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff. Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big failure? It's about failure. Of course you do. You are failure. You are communism. You alone, against the atom. Now get to work. Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready. Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs. You see a...
Excuse me, officer.
She's right. Those curtains give off some... Be wary of those mysterious ornaments. Do you realize what's out? They lurk in the tropical pearl of Seminine.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the...
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, you see some kind of charm. An irregular polyhedron. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, aside from poking at it suspiciously. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous. No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I am sorry, I don't mean to be... No! Please...
Talking is always good. Go see. There is something mysterious about the curtain. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you.
Hello again, esteemed officer. I already told you. It's just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be... It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Are you happy now, officer?
Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease. It's the curse of financial distress.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Everyone knows that there's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've...
Sounds familiar. She nudges her glasses, anxious and tense.
It's not good to talk about the curse, not...
Wow. Void Ray.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess.
My liege, you know what this case calls for.
Okay, but please, only a few... Yes, the wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that... Oh, this! No, it's a special Himian... There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell.
Desert pygmy shamans. The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy. You're not lying. You're giving...
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly.
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
I should have realized. A pattern lies within the fabric. The hand of...
Perhaps you truly are the one to deliver this.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter.
Oh, certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you...
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Thank you, sir. There's one more...
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse. Yes, that chimney is some unnatural magic, I assume. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite...
Unbelievable darkness. What you discover? Probably just...
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be...
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to...
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me? Game? Everything is just a game to you, isn't it? Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you...
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can...
I really didn't want to resort to this.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here. Yes, have you... For the drinks, 30 real. Does that arrangement include you paying me? As a police officer, you must understand, evidence being money. You can't stay here with... Not until...
Okay.
Oh, Lieutenant. Yes, have you... Does that arrangement include you paying me what we... What about what I have been through, huh?
Literary demotion. That's...
Not until...
Okay.
Oh, Lieutenant. Do I have a...
He sounds, and it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's whole.
Am I smiling? That's right.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you...
Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you...
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also...
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Oh, wonderful. Try to do that. I'll have to call you an ambulance. Oh, not until...
Okay.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. I don't know, is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept...
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these early...
But thank you.
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real...
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
Alright, let's not take them now. Then, come back once...
Sounds likely. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes. Guess what's yours? No, you're the sorry cop. The cop, huge lack of enthusiasm going on in... Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, liquid shadow cop. Of course you are. It's so that won't happen. Typical Martinez streetlight sits.
Yes, officer.
The light pole. This would make.
It was brought to me.
We are not here. You have to admit it's
700 real. A bargain idea. There's also the matter of rewiring. But the most 700 real. The light is well, the most important.
Okay, that checks out.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Hey, I don't.
You see rows of toy soldiers. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Yes. Buy something nice. This sounds off. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and...
This is what the loyalists look like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflaged.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are.
Big men on big horses, clad in lambert.
Franco-Nigerian knights.
A long This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the right, maybe.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these Why? What's this? A headless...
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend. About a man who rides the streets 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in... Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky?
That was a very smooth... The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold, this is you. Golden orange. A sunset. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel. If police work means playing tapes, sure.
Like a beach party. With sand and...
Theoretically, yes. But we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first, then beach party.
I don't like beaches. If police...
Like a beach party.
Theoretically...
You can play it any way you like. And I get... Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a... It's not often. What can I do for...
His courtesy is not insincere, but...
Oh no, not at...
Who are your customers?
All kinds of... As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. Let me have a look. Oh, no, a photic pup.
You have absolutely no idea.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing any. Another time, perhaps. I doubt it. I do my best.
He doesn't know anything.
The corpse behind the hostel, I assume. I don't have a truck. Ask around the...
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh, the lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You...
With Kim here too. That just sounded really, really bad.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were under... And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then 15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. This has got to be the most Wow. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
No apologies necessary, officer. She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit, truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now.
Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man.
Okay, he definitely is high. Looking at his wares, a guarded man like him. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's, yeah, you have. Yeah, this is the beginning of your legend. With a sudden flash, the world freezes. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
The cage at the...
I confiscated this for...
The lieutenant nods.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? The pawn shop is always open.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some?
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense.
Thank you. Here's the 30 real you need for your bill. Do not...
The rest is for him. To compensate, the windfall is a small cost.
Anything else you're thinking of another time, perhaps?
Nope. Lonesome. Long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market. Past the Boogie Street spearhead to the...
Can I help you? Yes. Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Do I have a shaker in my...
He sounds irritated. And it's not a shaker. It's nothing.
Am I wearing a little... Am I smiling? Because I'm not a...
Play it calm.
Well, you're not getting it!
This is a thoughtful exchange, but can we move?
Do I have...
He sounds... And it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's...
Am I wearing... Am I...
Because he's not a bot.
Because I'm...
Play it calm.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass? Or a pineapple? Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do.
The door is closed. There is no answer. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something with it. The door does not. Still no answer. Still, the lieutenant he doesn't like where this is going. This door can only be... This is the door.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here... I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over... You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will.
Keeping the habit within the parameters...
Yes. It's been... Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's... I would say our initial inspection was very thorough. And we have... The body is still hanging from that tree, which is...
He is not particularly satisfied with your progress, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably out of fear that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just going... We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice? It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety, yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In this case, it's not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly. by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and the coalition government. And the RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government found it. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the Morlinton leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away
if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love.
Something kind and something ominous.
What do they believe in? They are DeLoreans. They believe they continue the humanist project set for.
Those others say.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinion. The Moralintern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist.
That's another leitmotif associated.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what, do you? We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez, most of them at least.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses, the dying light. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. Rows of houses on either side. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any... Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
This fan has it been consigned there as punishment? The switch must be broken. The lights are off again. The lights are off again. A mirror hangs on the bottom. The bed is cold and not particular. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed, and then sleep down. And then sleep under your is a little bit. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over.